Voilà.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, may I please ask you to take your seats? We are about to begin with the opening ceremony of the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties, the 19th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the 6th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. May I please ask everyone to take their seats.
هذا اللي ما عنده لا شغل انا مش حبيبي ضايع دائما ضايع انا خلاص والله انا خاف علي انا الرجال يبغى يتقدم ما ادري شو يبغى يتقدم عربيات خلاص شكلهم 3 ساعات. ما 3 ساعات انت ما الراجل شو سوى؟ Var det 4 AM? لا لا هذا تيجي سبتمبر أنا شيء أنا هالموضوع 4 سنين أنا مسوي كل شيء.
and gentlemen, may I please ask you all to take your seats? We are about to begin. May I please ask you all to take your seats? We are about to begin. Thank you.
ما علي لا انا قلت بعد عني قلت لعبد الله الدنيا مش كلها جد وحب الدنيا فريق في ناس يمكن افضل على الموجودين ناس وين هلا وين المستشفى اللي عندنا واو قلت له انت
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I kindly request you to get seated so that we may begin the proceedings. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, kindly take your seats as we are about to begin. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished delegates, it gives me great pleasure to declare open the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And it is my honor to address you now to deliver my final remarks as the COP President. Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends, and members of every delegation, it is a great pleasure to join you here in Baku for the opening of COP29. And let me begin by thanking our hosts for their warm welcome and generous hospitality. And allow me to extend my gratitude to every person in this room. By being here today, you have all made a choice to make a difference. And as I prepare to hand over the COP presidency, I urge you all to prove once again that we can unite, act, and deliver. Excellencies, friends, we meet at a time of complexity and conflict. And against this backdrop, allow me to say that we in the United Arab Emirates will always choose partnership over polarization, dialogue over division, and peace over provocation. Colleagues, it has been my honor to serve as President of COP28. I have been humbled by the experience, and I stand before you today with a deep sense of purpose, pride, and gratitude. By delivering the historic, comprehensive, balanced, and groundbreaking UAE consensus, we accomplished what many thought was impossible. And for this, I have many people to thank. I want first to acknowledge His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, whose vision, guidance, and unwavering support gave us the confidence to aim for the highest ambition. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the entire United Arab Emirates leadership, and in particular the Higher Committee, led by His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the UAE. I would also like to acknowledge COP28's Advisory Committee, our ministerial peers, all constituency groups, the NGO community, and of course, the entire COP28 team. And let me recognize the tireless efforts of our high-level champion, Razan Al-Mubarak, and our youth champion, Shamma Al-Mazrou'i. I would also like to thank my dear colleague, Simon Steele, and the UNFCCC Secretariat, who served as my faithful guides throughout this whole process. And of course, to all of you, the negotiators here today, I thank you for showing the world what real, tangible progress looks like. You united all parties to move forward together. You proved that multilateralism can move the dial. In the end, determination conquered doubt. And your hard work paid off with the first after first for climate progress. And progress didn't end when the gavel came down on the UAE consensus. In the months since the COP28, the initiatives we launched have gathered real momentum and real pace. The world is set to break another record in renewable energy growth this year, adding over 500 gigawatts to global capacity. 55 companies have now joined the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, committing to zero methane emissions by 2030 and net zero by or before 2050. This initiative is pragmatic, practical, and focused on real results. With participants from China, India, Russia, the US, the EU, and the Arabian Gulf, the OGDC now covers more than 44% of global production. It is the most meaningful and comprehensive private sector partnership on decarbonization to date. And we look forward to more companies joining this very important initiative. And in the spirit of proactive collaboration, earlier this month in Abu Dhabi, we convened experts in climate, energy, artificial intelligence, finance, and investment in an integrated effort to drive low carbon growth. When sectors work together, we can lift economies and lower emissions. We can make climate and socio economic progress together at the same time. And we can turn declarations on paper into decisive action on the ground. Excellencies, colleagues, the critical success factor for all climate progress is finance. We continue to call on all sources, public and private, to make finance more available, more accessible, and more affordable. Altera, the world's largest global catalytic climate fund that was launched at COP28, has now placed $6.5 billion of its $30 billion fund with partners focused on mature, emerging, and developing markets. These investments are attracting additional capital in a unique blended model that should be built on. We have also made progress on the Loss and Damage Fund. $853 million have been pledged to date, and we named the Philippines as the host country for the board. And let me call on every party who can to contribute. And at this COP, the Finance COP, I urge all parties to deliver a new collective quantified goal that is robust and capable of fully implementing the UAE consensus. Excellencies, at COP28, we broke new ground and set many precedents. One of the most important precedents was the COP presidency's Troika, a new mechanism for momentum that creates a bridge between COPs 28, 29, and 30. The Troika is mobilizing every multilateral platform, from the UN to the G20, to solidify the legacy of the UAE consensus. It is the roadmap for keeping 1.5 within reach and aligned with the science. And it is up to all parties to drive and deliver it. Colleagues, partners, and my dear friends, the consensus we achieved in Dubai was truly historic. Yet history will judge us by our actions, not by our words. And my dear friend, Mukhtar, as I pass the gavel to you, I want you to know that you have my friendship, my partnership, and my full support. And if I may, let me leave you with some final words of brotherly advice. Let positivity prevail, and let it power the process. Let actions speak louder than words. Let results outlast the rhetoric. And remember, we are what we do, not what we say. On behalf of myself and the COP28 team, it has been my honor to serve. I have faith that COP29 here in Azerbaijan will be another great success. Together, and as your slogan says, let us act on solidarity for a green world. Let us focus on collaboration and partnership. And let us show the world that we have the determination to unite, the responsibility to act, and the will to deliver. I thank you.
For centuries, we've gathered to discuss and solve our most pressing challenges. united for the betterment of our people.
عندما التزمنا باستضافة كوب 28 التزمنا أيضاً بجمع العالم لكي نتحد.
The world is watching. We don't have time to waste. We must address this challenge head-on.
At COP28, the UAE welcomed world leaders, business leaders, and thought leaders from nearly 200 nations to come together as one and change the course of history.
We must recognize the common language we must speak of, and it's one of unity, of inclusion, love, and empowerment.
For months, we worked non-stop and moved from talk to action, ushering in a new era of climate action.
We have delivered history today. The first time a decision has been adopted on day one.
The UAE consensus began as an impossible dream, but look where our dreams have taken us.
It is an enhanced, balanced, but make no mistake, historic package to accelerate climate action. It is the UAE consensus.
Through the Presidential Action Agenda, we found global solutions to global problems.
We are anchoring nature as an existential ally in our efforts to address climate change and advance development.
As the world gathers today in Azerbaijan, we stand together with hope renewed. And as we hand over to COP29, we must remember what it symbolizes. The simple truth that drives us forwards.
We are what we do, not what we say.
We are what we do, not what we say.
Dear delegates, I'd like to invite you to turn to sub-item 2A of document CP/2024/1/add.2, election of the President of the Conference of the Parties at its 29th session. In accordance with Rule 22, Paragraph 1, of the draft rules of procedure being applied, the office of the President of the Conference of the Parties is subject to rotation among the 5 regional groups. We continue the cycle with a President from the Eastern European states. And I am honored to propose that the Conference elects by acclamation His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev, who will serve as President of the Conference at its 29th session. It gives me great pleasure to declare His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev elected President of the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties. I congratulate His Excellency Babayev on his election. Allow me again to wish you every success in guiding the work of this conference. I would like to now invite His Excellency Babayev to take his seat at the podium.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear friends, welcome to Azerbaijan. Welcome to COP29. It is wonderful to finally see you all here as we complete the first decade after the Paris Agreement. The COP29 presidency is deeply grateful to all the parties, constituencies, observers, civil society members, indigenous peoples, and committed climate actors joining us today. We will host this conference in an inclusive, transparent, and party-driven manner. And we're delighted to offer Azerbaijani hospitality, show you our national heritage and natural wonders. We hope to build new friendships based on sincerity, frankness, and mutual respect. We would like to thank the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, for his active leadership and support for the COP29 team and the people of Azerbaijan who have worked day and night to welcome you to Baku. We also want to thank all our colleagues in the UNFCCC and Executive Secretary Mr. Simon Steele for the support. And thank you to my dear friend, COP28 President, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, for you and your team's collaboration. It is an honor to take the gavel from you as we build on the UAE consensus together. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be totally honest. The UN Environmental Programme shows that current policies are leading us to 3 degrees of warming. These temperatures would be catastrophic for billions. They would threaten the existence of communities representatives in this room. Colleagues, we are on the road to ruin. But these are not the future problems. Climate change is already here. From flooded homes in Spain to forest fires in Australia, from rising oceans in the Pacific to barren plains in East Africa. Whether you see them or not, people are suffering in the shadows. They are dying in the dark, and they need more than compassion, more than prayers and paperwork, and they're crying out for leadership and action. COP29 is an unmissable moment to chart a new path forward for everyone. The COP29 presidency has worked tirelessly to build the foundation for success. We have traveled the world to see the challenges you face. And we are resolved to produce an ambitious and balanced package that delivers on all mandates and takes the first global stocktake forward. We have made every effort to bring you together and build momentum. We have hosted political and technical sessions here in Azerbaijan. And we are already collaborating with you on the COP29 action agenda and presidency initiatives. But we need much more from all of you. We now want to be crystal clear about our expectations. Our plan is based on 2 pillars: to enhance ambition and enable action. This means setting out clear climate plans and delivering the finance we need. These 2 pillars are mutually reinforcing, each sending a strong signal to the other. Because as we mobilize climate finance, we allow for higher ambitions. And as we signal together higher ambition, we build trust to unlock greater financial commitments. Dear colleagues, to enable action, The COP29 presidency's top priority is to agree a fair and ambitious new collective quantified goal on climate finance. This must be effective and adequate to the scale and urgency of the problem. It must address the needs and priorities of developing countries, including SEEDs and LDCs. And it must include detailed qualitative elements. We have seen some progress on access, futures, transparency, and the 10-year time frame. We know the needs we know that the needs are in trillions, but there are different views on how to achieve that. We have also heard that a realistic goal for what the public sector can directly provide and mobilize seems to be the hundreds of billions. The COP29 presidency has made every effort to bring the parties close together. But we still have much to do and just 12 days to land a deal. We now urgently need to finalize the elements, resolve our differences on contributors and quantum, and set the new goal. These negotiations are complex and difficult. We understand the political and financial constraints. But let me make 2 points. First, these numbers may sound big, but they are nothing compared to cost of inaction. This investment pay off. And second, we are all in this together. Nothing has a greater impact on the security, prosperity, and well-being of all nations than climate change. Let us remember how a goal helps us. It will send a strong signal to financial markets, provide greater certainty for long-term planning, build trust and momentum for collective action, and hold us all to account. This goal is not a burden, it is an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we must invest today to save tomorrow. Dear colleagues, we are also determined to get Article 6 in high-integrity carbon markets over the line. Article 6 is long overdue and will help ensure that protecting the planet pays. By matching buyers and sellers efficiently, such markets could reduce the cost of implementing NDCs by $250 billion a year. In a world where every dollar counts, that is essential. We now need parties to show commitment and flexibility to resolve all outstanding issues. Dear colleagues, throughout COP29, there will be many moments to enable action. At the last board meeting in Baku, we took historic steps to get the Loss and Damage Fund up and running. It is now time to turn existing pledges into contributions and add significantly greater amounts to all funds. This is essential to supporting the communities most affected, including the SEEDs and LDCs. And enabling action is about more than just finance. We must also accelerate work to develop and transfer technology. These are life-saving tools that must be available to all. So we need to deliver on the technology implementation program here in Baku. Within the COP29 action agenda, we have opportunities for governments, the private sector, multilateral development banks, and everyone to play your part. Ladies and gentlemen, enabling action will create the means to reach our goals, a 1.5 aligned and resilient world. But we still need to define the ways to get there. First, we need to enhance ambition in the next round of NDCs. These plans are the last chance to put the world on track, and they should be informed by the first global stocktake. We are grateful to everyone who has already committed to producing 1.5 aligned NDCs. We need to get this right, and we need to get it done on time. including transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just and orderly manner, taking into account different national circumstances, pathways and approaches. Dear colleagues, as the world's highest climate forum, COP29 cannot and will not be silent on mitigation. Alongside with the International Energy Agency, we have today published calls to action in a just and orderly transition. We are calling on all parties to increase global energy storage by 6 times by 2030. We are addressing forgotten issues such as food waste, which accounts for almost 10% of global emissions. We are co-hosting a methane summit with the US and China, and we have put mitigation on the agenda at all meetings ahead of COP to find a way forward. As a presidency, we are making every effort to attack the problem from every direction without losing focus on our top negotiation priority, the NCQG. Dear colleagues, adaptation has not been given the same attention as mitigation. Azerbaijan understands the needs to adapt because our region faces significant challenges. The Caspian Sea is shrinking and we face glacier retreat and freshwater loss in Caucasus. The timely submission of national adaptation plans is critical. They guide how we share best practice, transfer technology and support each other. We need them by 2025 so we can make progress by 2030. We will also support the work on indicators for the UAE framework for global climate resilience. When adaptation is underfunded, people on the front lines are unprotected. Public money will be essential to enabling ambitions. This is our last chance to scale it up significantly beyond the doubling target for 2025. And after, adaptation finance must be an important part of NCQG. Transparency must underpin everything. The first biennial transparency reports are critical and must be submitted this year. Azerbaijan is ready to submit its BTR, and we would like to thank everyone for their submissions so far. Dear colleagues, we must also address important thematic areas within the climate plans. They must be age and gender responsive, and we support the Lima Work Programme and its Gender Action Plan. The COP29 Action Agenda has identified further priorities for all actors to enhance their ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, when we consider the latest science and everything that we must deliver, from the NCQG to the next generation of NDCs and the first BTRs, COP29 is a moment of truth for the Paris Agreement. It will test our commitment to the multilateral climate system. We must now demonstrate that we are prepared to meet the goals we have set ourselves. This is not easy. We are setting these expectations because we believe they are absolutely necessary. This is a race of our lives, and we have previously agreed to always ratchet up our action to the highest possible levels of ambition. This means that we must do today that yesterday we thought was impossible. Azerbaijan stands ready. It is our moral duty and part of our common responsibility. And this is a critical opportunity for sustainable development. Azerbaijan is determined to step up to the biggest issues, on the biggest stages, and lead by example. We have beaten the odds before. People have doubted us. Let us prove them wrong. But no single country or initiative can solve this crisis. This is everyone's conference. Success or failure will be collective. So our message to you is this: Azerbaijan can build a bridge, but you all need to walk across it. In fact, we need to start running. Dear friends, we gather as representatives of different communities, but we must never forget our common humanity, our shared world, and the mutual benefits of collaboration. And in this fight, we must remember that every action matters, because every fraction of a degree matters. Every home we lose is failure. Every life we save is a victory. And everyone is watching, and they're waiting. Africa is waiting. Asia is waiting. Europe is waiting. The Pacific is waiting. North America is waiting. South America is waiting. The Caribbean is waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, they are waiting for us to show leadership. And they cannot afford the cost of delay. So let us enhance ambition and enable action. Let us move forward in solidarity for a green world. And let us go to work. Thank you.
This November, over 100 world leaders will assemble in Baku to tackle the most pressing issue of our time, climate change.
COP29 will be the biggest event of this year.
We need to have these ambitious climate actions by countries in the world.
This is our common challenge, and we need to address it now.
As a host country, we have very unique opportunity to be the center of the discussions, to be the bridge between South and North, between the developing and developed countries.
Azerbaijan is investing in the energy transition because we are affected by climate change, because we want to diversify away from hydrocarbons.
Definitely green energy transition is really backbone of tackling the climate crisis that we are facing.
Our country has always been a home of innovation. We have a young, highly educated population that deeply cares about climate change.
Any visitor, any tourist, any delegate who will be visiting our beautiful city will see welcoming attitude, behavior from everyone. The ultimate objective is to deliver the best visitor journey ever.
I think it will be a very good demonstration of our hospitality, our culture, our nature.
We want people to look back and say that COP29 in Baku was a defining chapter in humanity's fight against climate change.
COP29 is really the great event for Azerbaijan, for the world. It is a very good demonstration how we decide to live together with our neighbors. At the same time, how we can assist the developing countries to protect themselves from the climate change.
This November, Azerbaijan will bring the world together at COP29 for a better future for all humanity.
Distinguished delegates, friends, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to invite Simon Steele, UNFCCC Executive Secretary, to address the plenary. Simon, you have the floor.
Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, friends, it is an honor to welcome you to COP29. I thank Dr. Sultan Al Jaber and the Emirati Presidency for their tireless work as they pass the baton to President Babayev and Azerbaijan. In tough times, up against difficult tasks, I don't go in for hopes and dreams. What inspires me is human ingenuity and determination, our ability to get knocked down and to get up again, over and over again, until we accomplish our goals. The lady I'm standing with in this picture is my neighbor Florence in Karaku. In July this year, this was us standing in all that remained of her home after the devastation of Hurricane Beryl. At 85, Florence has become one of the millions of victims of runaway climate change this year alone. She was focused on one thing: being strong for her family and strong for her community. And there are people like Florence in every country on earth, knocked down and getting back up again. This UNFCCC process is the only place we have to address the rampant climate crisis and to credibly hold each other to account, to act on it. And we know this process is working, because without it, humanity would be headed towards 5 degrees of global warming. In these halls, we negotiate on specific pieces of the puzzle each year. It can feel far away from what's happening in Florence's living room. We cannot afford to continue upending lives and livelihoods in every nation. So let's make this real. Do you want your grocery and energy bills to go up even more? Do you want your country to become economically uncompetitive? Do you really want even further global instability, costing precious life? This crisis is affecting every single individual in the world, one way or another. And I am as frustrated as anyone that one single COP can't deliver the full transformation that every nation needs. But if any of your answers to those questions was no, then it is here that parties need to agree a way out of this mess. That's why we're here in Baku. We must agree a new global climate finance goal. If at least 2/3 of the world's nations cannot afford to cut emissions quickly, then every nation pays a brutal price. If nations can't build resilience into supply chains, the entire global economy will be brought to its knees. No country is immune. So let's dispense with the idea that climate finance is charity. An ambitious new climate finance goal is entirely in the self-interest of every single nation, including the largest and the wealthiest. But it's not enough to just agree on a goal. We must work harder to reform the global financial system, giving countries the fiscal space they so desperately need. And here in Baku, we must get international carbon markets up and running by finalizing Article 6. We need to move on mitigation so targets from Dubai are realized. We mustn't let 1.5 slip out of reach. And even as temperatures rise, the implementation of our agreements must claw them back. Clean energy and infrastructure investment will reach $2 trillion in 2024, almost twice that of fossil fuels. The shift to clean energy and climate resilience will not be stopped. Our job is to accelerate this and make sure its huge benefits are shared by all countries and all people. We must agree adaptation targets. You can't manage what you don't measure. And we need to know if we're on a pathway to increasing resilience. And we must continue to improve the new mechanisms for financial and technical support on loss and damage. We can't make decisions in the dark. Biennial transparency reports due this year will give us a clearer picture of the progress we're making and the gaps that we need to fill. This year, all countries will deliver their third generation of national climate plans, NDCs. To support countries in creating and communicating them, the UNFCCC will launch a climate plan campaign. It will mobilize action from all stakeholders and align with the efforts of the UN Secretary General and the incoming Brazilian COP presidency. In parallel, we'll restart climate weeks from 2025, aligning them more closely with our process and the outcomes it must deliver. As a Secretariat, we'll continue to work tirelessly with what we have got, while being clear on what funding we need so we can deliver on what's increasingly being asked of us. And we'll keep focus on the safe, inclusive, and meaningful participation of all observers at this COP. In the past few years, we've taken some historic steps forward. We cannot leave Baku without a substantial outcome. Appreciating the importance of this moment, parties must act accordingly. Show determination and ingenuity here at COP29. We need all parties to push for agreement right from the start, to stand and deliver. Now is the time to show that global cooperation is not down for the count. It is rising to the moment. So I urge you all, let us rise together. I thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Delegates, we will now suspend the session for final consultations on the adoption of the agenda. We will resume shortly. بس والله عندنا الموعد هذا. How are you doing?
Ah, vous êtes rentré finalement? Ah.
La cérémonie de clôture a pris fin. Le ministre
Simon Nico. It was right next to it, yeah, right next to it.
Yeah. So there'll be 2 chairs. And that's what my colleague told me. Facing the front. And then they're gonna be waiting for the next. Yeah.
Ah, so here we take them for like the queue.
Yeah.
And they will sit there.
Yeah.
Because I was confused why are we staying there for pictures?
Because it's before.
Okay.
So there'll be another leader speaking, and we are queuing them here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So from Baku and
So after when they finish, let's get my colleague. She's the one leading. Let's get her to get the quiz. I'm new. I'm like you guys. I don't have the answer. Yeah. No, this I know the answer. Always here.
She showed us before. She told us we are sitting here,
Yeah.
and then someone.
Okay.
He's
gonna take that behind them?
Because backstage doesn't look nice. You're always in front of the stage. It's like there's the technical table.
We need to wait for them there. Not on the stage.
So there are some questions here. So the usher to come here with the chair. And then up here, where?
It's water.
Water.
We will see how to do it. We might even get some who's just coming to change the water. Then offer something like some water. Yes. If they say yes, we mix it. Look at the moment, yes. Opening it up. A little bit. If it takes it, then you stand. Right now, I'm fine.
Okay. We wait here. And after Lisa's speech. Let's go to these chairs. Immediately after.
Like here, this area in the back. Like to wait, they can stay here, right?
Yeah, we'll be here.
Okay.
This will be our station. We'll have chairs.
So they can stay here in the back.
With us, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do we have a WhatsApp group?
No, but you need to talk to your colleague. That's not
Yanırsan hele ki o seni görsün. Gəlir sənin yanına, sən bir yerdə elə birləşirsən, aparırsan yerine. İlk ucu yəni aparan kimi sırası başlayırsan ucu next onda yəni. Gələn dəfəki ucu hansı olacaq o yanlış.
they have we are in four. So we can use how many only of food we need?
Missing the zero. Everything after zero. Yeah, we can have import our contact from the other. Directly with her. And then announce. If we ask them every time, we ask them.
Bye. Bye-bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
This guy, he's not here, he will come. I'll swap Ethiopia with Montenegro, and then I swap Montenegro with the UK. So I'm here. So then I can so Ethiopia goes to Nazim here, and Montenegro goes to me. And then I'll give it to Khadija. So I have the UK, Khadija has Montenegro, and here it's Ethiopia.
Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, I have been asked to inform you that the session will resume at 1500. 1500, the sessions will resume. Thank you.
we also head up
But then that would be it.
Mother from كيف بدنا ندخل؟ ที่开始我
¿La comida dónde es?
انا حطيت لك مكان كان في مكان واحد بيكون الناس حطيت secure the zone aşağı. Keep walking. ter mais de 200 salas de reunião.
United Nations Climate Fund. It has been created at the request of the World Meteorological Congress. It has been created by WMO, UNDP and UNEP. SOF is a unique climate fund. While there are 80 plus climate funds on the market, SOF is the only fund that exclusively focuses on systematic observation. And SOF has a unique business model. We provide long-term, open-ended support. Let me provide SOF in a few numbers. We opened our doors for business 2.5 years ago. Today, we already support 60 countries, including Malawi. And 18 countries have already approved investment funding, including Malawi. Yet, we have many more countries that requested support, 101 countries in total. So while we have mobilized over the past 2.5 years more than $110 million, including the pledges that are going to be announced here at COP, we urgently need more resources to meet country demand. We need more resources to respond to country demand with innovative finance. First, SOF acknowledges that the internationally mandated weather and climate data represent a global public good. Therefore, SOF provides long-term, open-ended, grant-only financial assistance. Second, SOF has taken off at speed and scale thanks to the leadership of 12 initial funders, many of them in the room today. While this support is great, it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient given the urgency of closing the data gaps and given the commitment of countries to deliver their share to the global basic observing network. We urgently need to expand our funding base by convincing additional bilateral partners and the European Commission to contribute to the SOF UN Fund. In addition, we are seeking a partnership with the Green Climate Fund to develop a joint program, a fragile and conflict-affected states accelerated program. And we know that we need to innovate finance, so we aim at innovating with the first SOF impact bond that we aim at launching at next year's COP, with philanthropists and non-traditional donors as outcome funders. In short, it is clear if we want to close the data gaps, We need to innovate finance for systematic observation, innovate how we provide finance to countries, and innovate how we mobilize resources. So SOF is not only innovating finance, we are also innovating the way we support countries. Or to put it differently, we need more money, yes, but we need better money. What does this mean? First, we need a systemic approach to country observations. We need to overcome the hodgepodge of past support. SOF is providing this systemic support. Second, we need a long-term approach beyond time-bound traditional investment projects. It is relatively easy to install a station. It's already much more difficult that this station generates and internationally exchanges the data. But it's almost impossible to ensure sustainability of these investments when the annual operating and maintenance costs are not covered. SOF is providing this support. Third, we need a different approach to technical assistance. Operating an observing system is a demanding task, in particular in countries with capacity constraints. Therefore, SOF provides peer-to-peer technical support from advanced Met officers, many of them in the room today, from those who know how to run and maintain an observing system. And fourth, it requires bringing together many stakeholders to create a community of practice to make this happen. SOF has created this community. Because SOF brings together more than 70 partners under one roof with a common purpose, supporting countries in generating and exchanging the mandatory basic weather and climate data in a sustained manner. Let me close with a call for a new partnership for systematic observation, a partnership that SOF is contributing to. First, we need to invest where it matters most, in the countries and the regions with the largest data gaps. We need to invest in the Global South. Second, we need to recognize that basic weather and climate data gaps represent the global public good. Therefore, we need a different approach to the provision of financial support, long-term, grant only. And third, we need a new systematic observation partnership with the Global South. This is not a partnership of aid. This is a partnership on equal footing. It is a partnership that recognizes the value and importance of the contributions from the Global South to the global observing system. Colleagues, if you want to know more about SOF, please join us for our event on the 14th November, 3:30 at the Spanish Pavilion, or reach out to us here in Baku. As with Thelma, I want to close with a request. The request is, please consider SOF in your deliberations and negotiations at COP29. We need your support as parties so that we can support those who need us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Repnik, for reminding us that this is a party-driven process and for reporting on your great work. We will now hear from Dr. Lucy Mtila, Director of Climate Change and Meteorological Services of Malawi, to share the country's experiences under SOF. Dr. Lucy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting Malawi to be part of this panel, more especially to share experiences that Malawi has on SOF. Yeah, so in brief, Malawi is in Africa, is one of the least developed countries. and it has over 20 million population. And when it comes to vulnerability to climate change, is also one of those countries that are indeed struggling. More recently, we have several examples that we can highlight here, but I will just mention a few. That in 2015, we struggled with floods. In 2019, floods due to tropical cyclones. In 2022 as well, floods due to tropical cyclones. In 2023, the same thing, and now 2024, drought. So you can see that these are the same people and the same population that is struggling before it recovers to the impacts of one phenomena, then it's also impacted by another. But when it comes now to monitoring of these climate extremes, that's where now the challenge comes in. Yes, Malawi has started, it has some monitoring observations, has stations, but to maintain these stations, to make sure that they're up and running, and more importantly, that they are meeting the requirements of the Global Basic Observation Network, there is a lot to be done. So we appreciate WMO for including Malawi to be one of the beneficiary countries for SOF. So in brief, with SOF, I would like to appreciate the support that we have from the Norway and Iceland, who are our peer advisors, where we went ahead and developed, this is called a readiness phase for us to prepare ourselves, more especially just to analyze how our network is like in terms of responding to GBON. So we worked over that, trying to come up with the deficiencies that are there. And another step that we did was now to see if we have these gaps, how can we meet these gaps in terms of commitments and actions. And with that support in the readiness phase, we were able to highlight the issues. And of course, right now we have about 4 stations that are earmarked for the support. These are surface stations, and 1 upper air station. But what I like it most with this program as well is that it's not only looking at the observations, but it is also extending to look at the whole value chain. So we have also produced the country hydromet diagnostic report, which is covering all issues from governance, observations, forecasting, and issues to do with modeling, dissemination, trying to understand where we are, more or less like a baseline, so that we understand the gaps that are there. So we have this report ready, which for sure it will inform the next steps that we can take, more especially if we are looking at climate adaptation, when we are looking at early warning for all. So right now, after we've finished the readiness phase, we are now in the implementation phase. We are thankful for the steering committee of SOF that conditionally approved our budget in June this year, so that we proceed to implementation phase. Of course, this was supposed to start, I think, September this year, and it is going at a span of 4 years. The funding that we need is about $3 million, but this is just to look at compliance of the GBON station for the 4 years. But as I said, we also looked at the whole value chain of med services or climate services in Malawi, where there are also gaps that were identified which are beyond solve. But we believe that that's a starting point so that we are able to know where we are going, and that way we are able to plan ahead. And the other good thing, it's because we've identified the gaps, which for sure it is attracting some co-financing from other sectors that can leverage the gaps that are there. And this also, the readiness phase has helped us to prioritize according to our needs, where we have a plan well outlined, which can support the implementation, where eventually we'll also be able to respond to early warning for all initiative. And also, I would like to add that these gaps that were identified, there are also issues that we are going to put in place for sustainability. So we have the issues to do with maintenance and capacity plans, which also will help us to make sure that we really achieve the targets that we need. And we also have quality assurance strategies, coordination plans, and more importantly, because of this peer-to-peer support, we are assured of a long-term support that we'll have out of this SOF program. So finally, let me conclude on the need of the agency to have this funding to support more especially the least developed countries. As we all know that the least developed countries, that's where we have almost 1.1 billion people. And as already Marcus has alluded to that, and that's where also there are huge gaps when it comes to observations. At the same time, these are also the communities that are more vulnerable, that they need the warning, the early warning that we are talking about. Issues of climate adaptation are also key for these communities. And this SOF, since it's also covering issues to do with infrastructure, human capacity, it's very important that it should be really considered as one of the priorities to make sure we indeed respond to the needs of 1.1 billion people. I stop there, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tila, and for linking from decisions, from finance deployment to actually the ground, which is the ultimate goal. Finally, I now invite Rob Redmond, the director of the NOAA Center for Artificial Intelligence, a topic that I'm very passionate about, to present on advancement in technology and innovation, including the role of artificial intelligence and machine learning in Earth observation. Mr. Redmond, you have the online floor.
Hello, Earth Information Day delegation and participants. My name is Rob Redmond, and I am the director of the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Center for Artificial Intelligence. While I'm joining you from NOAA's National Centers for Environmental Information, Boulder, Colorado location, I do really wish I could be with you today in person. It is a great honor to have this opportunity to share with you the role of AI and machine learning in Earth observation, modeling, and predictability as a force multiplier to help NOAA achieve its mission to understand and predict our changing environment from the deep sea to outer space, and to manage and conserve America's coastal and marine resources. Much like the personal computer and mobile devices, AI represents a rapidly evolving and positively disruptive emerging technology, critical to achieving our mission, and one that is poised to be infused into nearly every aspect of the NOAA science, service, and stewardship enterprise. AI is a suite of technologies ultimately designed to extend our human cognitive approach. And the role of NOAA's Center for AI is to ensure that NOAA harnesses trustworthy and responsible AI technology as a service to our mission, developing an AI-ready workforce all along the way. NOAA is using and enabling AI data and applications to support the economy of the United States and protect life and property for a socially and environmentally equitable, climate and weather-ready nation. Critical to meeting this mission are collecting and scientifically stewarding observations of the Earth's atmosphere and our oceans and Great Lakes. This environmental intelligence data is ever-growing and currently exceeds over 60 petabytes. All of NOAA's environmental intelligence is on a path to elevated FAIR and AI analysis readiness. So I'd like to propose we work together to make all of our data AI ready for use in serving our many diverse communities and further enhancing our critical investments in Earth and ecosystem observations and modeling for the mutual outcome of excellence in science, service, and stewardship. NOAA staff are developing hundreds of AI-enabled applications covering our sun to seafloor mission space, and you can read about a few on our story map, whose QR code is shown here. 3 additional examples I'd like to share with you. The first one, the Tropical Cyclone Research Dataset called TC Primed, is our first branded AI-ready labeled training dataset using the Earth Science Information Partnership Community-developed AI-ready checklist. It is a publicly available, multi-decade, multi-institution aggregation, including derived parameters from satellite and radar observations, forecast reanalyses, and tropical cyclone tracks. And TC Primed includes a series of open science notebooks leading you through access, feature engineering, and AI model development. The second example, NOAA's Lightning Cast product, is a high-impact NOAA AI technology success story using GOES-R series satellite observations. It is widely utilized for decision support for wildland fire management, outdoor events, aviation, and general forecasting, and is currently undergoing transition to operational use. The third example, we use public workshops to build communities of practice around harnessing AI technologies to solve NOAA's challenges. In September, we concluded our 6th yearly workshop, this year focusing on AI enabling use cases for heat resilience. Zooming out a bit, digital twins for our Earth system are quickly becoming a globally emerging new technology, and NOAA is also starting to pursue innovation in this area to solve hard challenges around Earth system predictability, diverse data integration and modeling, uncertainty quantification, and hazard communication, integrating AI as a technological service throughout the value chain. The ultimate goal is to advance our monitoring and prediction capabilities at local community scales, integrating weather, climate, infrastructure, and socioeconomics to support community-level pre-event resilience planning, quicker and more accurate emergency management, and post-event analyses. Key features for digital twins for Earth system should include supporting diverse user interaction and social impact what-ifs scenario exploration. We're just getting started, and we've taken some preliminary steps. With industry partners, we've conducted prototyping activities of observation-focused digital twin systems. Towards a future ecosystem of locally relevant interoperable digital twins for Earth system and social impact, one example new partnership is between the U.S. and EU on leveraging these to examine extreme weather events. Today, we are coordinating under the EU and U.S. Technology and Trade Council on AI for public good on extreme weather. We are developing 2 use case areas covering tropical cyclones and urban heat stress with the European Union's Destination Earth. And we are working to build additional partnerships internationally and with U.S. agency digital twin activities, such as with NASA. While this activity is in its planning phase, here are some early wins and our intended plans. On tropical cyclones, our plans are to use the 2024 hurricane season to exchange first results and use local data for verification and validation. An early insight is that the first analysis with Hurricane Beryl demonstrates the excellent potential of Destination Earth's extreme weather digital twin. On urban heat stress, the goal is to start by verifying new AI-based methods over U.S. and European cities, then apply with local partners across the globe. Now, it's my pleasure to leave you with a few resources and ways to connect with NOAA's AI activities. You can join our community of practice by heading to noaa.gov/AI. There you will also find more information about NOAA's AI Workshop Series, AI-ready data standards development, open science educational materials, and NOAA AI and machine learning publications. Finally, as a thank you for your time, I'll note it warms my heart every time I create this emblematic summary of our growing partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Redmond.
It should be booked. The head of delegation. So is there like a revolving door between
la salle de congrès.
hankali. Tu vas voir même des enfants. Non, si c'est possible, on fait encore. Ganhar COP29.
an additional positive impact would happen, because the first impact of a meat tax is that people eat less meat, and that this has an incredible impact already. It's like 3% of all greenhouse gas emissions will be reduced in rich countries if we would tax meat, which is similar to all aviation and some other sectors. But when you use the tax revenues to...
Definition, we have some mics. Eva, do we have a mic? Oh, you want to share? After? Okay. Oh, here we go. So this gentleman, yeah. Sorry. Oh, we have some mic issues. Do you want to use this?
capability for greenhouse gas monitoring and strengthens collaboration with key partners, including the WM's Greenhouse Gas Watch. To ensure long-term satellite and in-situ greenhouse gas observation to support the vision of global climate monitoring, sustained investment is needed to fill critical gaps in greenhouse gas monitoring and to enhance both in-situ and the satellite observation for comprehensive coverage. We also need to focusing on moving from research-driven to operational greenhouse gas monitoring system to provide near real-time, high-quality data and directly supporting climate policy and international climate commitments. We also want to encourage strong collaborations among international, regional, and national agencies to ensure interoperability and consistency of observational data, maximizing its utility for climate monitoring and mitigation. We also want to iterate the importance of capacity building to support wider use of in-situ and space-based greenhouse gas data across sectors, enabling effective policy and regulatory application at all levels. We also want to emphasize the integrated observing systems to integrate the satellite-based, in-situ-based across all domains, from the atmosphere to the ocean and to the terrestrial domain. Our final key message is on developing methodologies to jointly track short-lived climate forces like aerosols and ozone and also the greenhouse gas to improve our understanding of their interactions. This integrated approach supports more accurate carbon budget assessment and help guide climate action and policy decisions. Through these actions, the global climate observation community can help ensure the data critical for understanding and addressing climate change remains accurate, comprehensive, and readily available to all stakeholders. We urge continued international collaboration and investment in satellite-based and in-situ-based observations. By doing so, we can ensure that data critical to addressing climate change remains accurate, available, actionable, and beneficial to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I now invite Bingham Jacob Gabrez and Dr. Clement Albergel, representing Group 2 on observations for climate change adaptation, to provide your key messages and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Before I give the floor to my colleague who was a rapporteur to give a brief summary, I would just like to thank all the active participants, and I would just like to highlight 3 points that came out for me, which was the importance of data. There was a consistent messaging around sharing of data, consistent data coming in, and interpretation of data that kind of fit within a bigger package of informing our policy making. But I'll give an opportunity for Clement to provide.
Thank you very much. The attendees have echoed a lot of what has been said in the plenary, and that's a good sign. That's quite reassuring. When it comes to adaptation, observation, all types of observation, satellite, in-situ measurement, aircraft, buoy, are extremely important, and so is their accessibility. It remains a challenge, and so is the definition of the indicators of adaptation. Perhaps that's two communities that are yet to meet, or at least to discuss more. The real complexity also lies in the need for satellite Earth observation, all types of observation, to be integrated together with social and economical impact. The role of observation is clearly understood, and it was also highlighted by our group that historical data are needed to create a baseline to measure adaptation, as well as the progress made towards adaptation. Defining how to track the progress in implemented measures is also to be established. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, and I would now like to invite Cheryl Jeffers and Paul Fisher, representing Group 3 on observations for averting minimizing, addressing loss and damage, and strengthening resilience to extreme events, including heat stress. Thank you.
Hello. To summarise on loss and damage, the key points were that we should, to fully exploit monitoring, integrate Earth observation and in situ monitoring. It would be valuable to focus on urban heat stress, wildfire and fire marine heat waves. There is a strong need to improve early warning systems and provide real-term data. That data should be accessible to the user, and it should be linked to both short-term and long-term actions, with heat wave bulletins through to the informing of urban planning cited. Socioeconomic factors need to be incorporated in the data, and there were strong calls for the funding to be sustainable, particularly in the case of the Global Ocean Observing System. In terms of gaps, in the marine environment, there was a lack of bathymetry data cited, as well as data on the open ocean across parameters beyond sea level rise, and there was a call for countries to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Rue Kotani and Dr. Sarah Venturini, representing Group 4 on Advanced Technologies, Innovation and Digital Transformation for Earth Observations, to give us your key messages and recommendations.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Our group has produced a number of key messages. Earth observations and artificial intelligence are transformative tools for monitoring Earth systems, as well as climate and disaster vulnerability, risks, and hazards. There are natural synergies across technologies. For example, the use of big data is essential in developing AI-driven, data-centric models. Leveraging a combination of low and high-tech approaches is key to ensure a comprehensive, sustainable observation system, such as the combination of Earth observation sensors, modeling tools, AI, drones and LiDAR technologies, digital platforms, and mobile technologies that enable community science and integration of local knowledge. There are opportunities to enhance the speed and uptake of innovation thanks to cutting-edge technologies in telecommunications and upcoming satellite missions. Many scalable solutions already exist and need to be better leveraged for scale-up. Securing access to open, transparent, reliable, reproducible big data is key in producing technological solutions that can be trusted by policymakers and end users. This requires co-development, collaboration among a diverse set of relevant partner organizations and governments. In this context, it is crucial for parties, international organizations, and other stakeholders to integrate innovation and technology considerations when developing and updating NDCs, NAPs, technology needs assessment, and other national climate strategies and plans. It is also vital to mobilize targeted resources, including for infrastructure and capacity building support, to enable ownership and effective use of Earth observation and frontier technologies by stakeholders in developing countries. Increased international cooperation, including regional and South-South cooperation, as well as coordination with private sector, could facilitate resource mobilization and technology transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite the final group, with Dr. Andrew Ferrone and Patrick Gibson, representing Group 5 in enhancing observations in critical ecosystems and vulnerable regions, to give us your key messages and recommendations.
Thank you, co-facilitators, and let me thank first for the very active participation that we had in our group. Indeed, we had a very rich exchange, and it was a bit challenging to summarize it completely in this short time, but we would like to highlight a few points that we discussed. The first that we discussed was about the different regional areas and how to focus on them, so the difference between R-bond and G-bond and how they can interact. And for example, that G-bond is sometimes, or R-bond is more focused on certain areas with less dense observation, and G-bond is looking at the global systemic observational view. Then we also had exchanges on capacity need for systematic observations and how, for example, SOF could help here to address these, and is already actually bridging also to climate finance. And we also looked at the future of SOF and how it might look like in the next 10 years. And one other highlight that we have was that we could have an increased focus and need for oceans and vulnerable ecosystems, systematic observations, and also a note that data and high resolution, and in particular high resolution data, is needed, especially when we are talking about extreme events like we have observed very recently all around the world. And I will be working together with Patrick to make a more elaborate written report of the discussions we have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And Patricia and I would like to thank all the moderators and rapporteurs for your excellent presentations and your clarity of the messages and recommendations that you provided. We now ask you to return to your seats, and we ask you to return to your seats in the plenary, and we will hand over.
Here.
We're just waiting for the Vice Chair to return to the room so we can hand back to her to tell us about the next steps and end this. Okay. We'll now hand over to the Vice Chair for the next segment.
So they were doing climate control because people were complaining that it's too hot, and I went to get my coat because I'm always cold. So we will now open the floor for any interventions from parties. I know parties stakeholders. India, you have the floor.
We thank those who organized this session and the experts that presented wealth of scientific information for which we are grateful. But we have the following observations to make on the conduct of the proceedings and some of the content which was discussed, and in the hope that this will inform further discussions and further events of this kind. Number one, we do not consider the reporting back from the sessions to have presented key messages and recommendations. I was participant in a group, and the presentation from that group was a series of headline messages which were delivered by experts. It is possible that many agreed. It is also possible that others disagreed. I made it particularly clear that we did not agree to some of the things, that different perspectives were required. There was an exchange of views, but there was no recommendation as such that was possible. In any case, I think to say that there is agreement, and this experience has been shared by my other colleagues from my delegation as well. So we would like to say that what we need is a report of the discussions in each of the groups, and we should leave it there, because there are neither key, if a particular group wants a key message, yes, but we have at least 2 groups where India feels that there is no space to call it key messages and recommendations. With regard to the many presentations made today, which we listened to with great interest in some of these programs at a scientific level, India is also a participant, so we looked at some of these issues with interest. But however, we would like to make a very few quick comments. One is that in adaptation, we find insufficient attention to the fact that you must integrate with communities, you must integrate with regions, you must integrate with countries in assembling information together so that you can deliver practical, actual action in terms of early warning. Observation is an important component, but in the absence of integration, it is not very useful. We have seen even in developed countries where where information is not acted upon, or there are long pending structural issues which create issues, then disasters are widespread even in such circumstances. So we find this very missing in the entire presentation on adaptation, and we invite the Earth observation community to pay far greater attention to integrating their work to what is needed and what should be actionable on the ground. With regard to greenhouse gas mitigation, we wish to observe this does not answer the fundamental question of why emissions are not reducing enough and how they have to be reduced and where. We know the spatial location, but we do not know why emissions happen, and improved precision in monitoring at the spatial resolution does not necessarily provide the kind of policy answers and information we are looking for. With regard to a number of other statements about who is vulnerable and focusing on the vulnerable, we would think that the scale of vulnerability spreads across all regions, that it would be invidious to single out any particular group of countries or try to create a classification of where action is required in terms of early warning. Last but not least, we want to highlight a discomfort we acutely feel. On the one hand, we invest so much time, very correctly, on the question of global warming. But on the other hand, in other rooms, we are told that early warning is incremental adaptation, not transformative enough, and somehow there is some other thing we should do, which goes by the name of transformational adaptation. In the research component, we have heard presentations in this very room on this. So I think this is an issue which we need to resolve going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India.
Is raised. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
South Africa.
Madam Chair.
You have
yes.
the floor.
I'm just making a reflection from South Africa. We welcome the State of Climate report, but what is important for us is the indication in terms of the GH concentrations to say, where is, from what region are these concentrations? Because year on year, there's an indication that there is a percentage increase. but with no reflection in terms of where are these coming from. I think it would be important to highlight those going forward on the State of Climate report and in this Earth Information Day presentation. Secondly, my reflection would be on the general breakaway sessions that we had. I mean, from the one that I was part of, I think it was not even clear in terms of you could not even hear each other in an audible way. So in terms of the contributions that were made. So I think better planning and facilitating is needed, because it was a matter of like only 3 people contributing and also not even audible to the rest of the group. So there should be and I would say the improvement is needed in terms of how these breakaway sessions are conducted going forward, because it was just, I would say, a checklist exercise that one observed in being part of, because the time was limited, and also amongst the participants, it was not even easy to hear what are the presentations and the party representatives are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me also reflect. I was also in Group 1, and I agree with the observation that the technical setting was actually limiting the conversation. So I concur to the statement of South Africa that the preparation could be improved the next time. On the other hand, it is clear that this more informal setting is meant to also facilitate a more free exchange of views and perspectives. And I think with regard to my Indian decent colleague, we just learned about that. And reflecting on this, I would also ask for a stronger universalization of the effort, which means that the data that is reported here and that is produced here can be more easily utilized, and that we have a stronger involvement of users of these developments as early as possible, so this transparency creates trust in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It has been interesting conversation throughout today, and we appreciate the organization of the Earth Information Day today. However, we do concur with our Indian colleagues and others who have mentioned that there were some limitations today in terms of both with the time and the setup, where participants were not able to discuss or engage in the different breakouts throughout the day. So future improvement in that regard is definitely encouraged. And also want to maybe stress that the discussions were an exchange of views and informations and ideas, but rather we did not agree on anything or conclude to specific key findings. So that should be noted and underlined. And just want to also make sure that if there is any information that are being presented, if it is in the initial stages, it should not be presented as findings, but rather include all the caveats that are needed. And I just want to highlight that there was mention or specific focus on some regions as being more vulnerable than others. We want to highlight that all developing countries are vulnerable, and if that manifests differently, that does not take away from their vulnerability. And just want to put that out there, that it's important to recognize the vulnerabilities in all developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Barbados, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come in briefly to signal how useful we found this exercise with the breakout groups. Earth Information Day is very important to us because it provides us with an ability to exchange with experts, and as a smaller and developing state, and we find it very important to have our issues ventilated in a space just like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbados. I see a flag in the back, but I cannot spot the name correctly. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We just wanted to come in briefly to thank the Secretariat for all of their hard work in organising Earth Information Day. Like Barbados, we find Earth Information Day to be highly useful, and we applaud the creative use of the breakout groups today. I was sat in breakout group 2 on adaptation, and while I agree with others, I did have trouble hearing some of the interventions, and perhaps that can be looked up for any future breakout groups. We did also have really rich and informative discussions, some very useful insights which I will be taking home with me as well as into the RSO discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to join the rest in appreciating the experts and the Secretariat for the organization that went into the engagements that were today with the Earth Information Day. We would also specifically want to appreciate the depth and the breadth of information that we received, and sort of the engagements that we had after that, but just pointing specifically on the information on the SOLF that was very useful for developing countries. And Chair, I would also like to join colleagues in pointing out the fact that the organization of the breakout sessions was a bit, requires improvement. Indeed, it was difficult to engage, as we couldn't, myself, in the session that I was in, it was difficult to hear the interventions of colleagues, and I hope this can be improved going forward. But I would say the discussions were fruitful and the engagements were good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to echo my colleagues in thanking you for the organization of this very important event. We also welcome the innovative spirit and idea of the focused discussions, but also echo the audibility or technical improvements that we could do for the next session. But in general, the informational exchange was useful for us. We, especially as parties, are informed thanks to the presentations and discussions which we look forward to take with us in the negotiation rooms. For example, the inputs really showed the link between observations as a foundations for policy decisions. For us, we heard very clearly, among other things, that 2024 is on track to be the warmest year on record, and glacier mass loss is accelerating, which only marks the importance of needing new ambitions
1.5 align NDCs as urged in the last GST decision. So that really underlined for us the role of systematic observations. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. Okay, thank you all for your interventions. We see no more parties requesting for the floor. Therefore, we're going to be wrapping up now. I want to thank to all moderators, experts, and rapporteurs for their support on the breakout sessions, as well to all participants for their inputs in the discussions. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who was involved in organizing this year's Earth Information Day. The key messages coming out of this plenary session will be included in an informal summary report under the subset chair authority, and which should be available early next year. I would like to encourage all stakeholders to consider the messages, information, and resources shared during the Earth Information Day session for decision-making and informed climate action. With that, this year's Earth Information Day is now closed. Thank you.
Salve yazıldı.
This isn't poking out too much, right? It wasn't.
It's a little silly, but they don't bend. We spent a while on this yesterday. This part bends, like that's as far as you're gonna get. So. Everyone, thanks so much for being here. Before we get started, I don't know if these are on. Okay. Thanks so much for being here. Before we get started, a quick reminder to any journalists in the room, if you are not already receiving media advisories from the U.S. delegation, you can visit state.gov/COP29 or email climatecomms@state.gov to sign up. Thanks so much. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. And for those of you who might have wandered into the wrong room, I'm John Podesta. I'm going to speak for a few minutes, and then I'm going to take some questions from the press. But I want to start by recognizing our wonderful ambassador to Azerbaijan, Mark Libby, who's sitting up here in the front row. We have a big team. Jane Nishida's here from EPA. We have my colleagues from SPEC. And I want to also acknowledge the hard work and the professionalism of the Azerbaijan COP team led by Minister Babiev as COP29 comes to order. So I want to address tonight a topic that is on everyone's mind, the U.S. election. For those of us dedicated to climate action, last week's outcome in the United States is obviously bitterly disappointing, particularly because of the unprecedented resources and ambition President Biden and Vice President Harris brought to the climate fight. Starting with our bold 2030 NDC to cut emissions by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels, by rejoining Paris, by making the largest investment in climate and clean energy in history through the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. The President's commitment to quadruple international climate funds from the United States to $11 billion per year. It is clear that the next administration will try to take a U-turn and reverse much of this progress. And of course, I'm keenly aware of the disappointment that the United States has at times caused the parties of the climate regime who have lived through a pattern of strong, engaged, effective U.S. leadership, followed by sudden disengagement after a U.S. presidential election. And I know that this disappointment is more difficult to tolerate as the dangers we face grow ever more catastrophic. But that is the reality. In January, we're going to inaugurate a president whose relationship to climate change is captured by the words hoax and fossil fuels. He's vowed to dismantle our environmental safeguards and once again withdraw the United States from the Paris Agreement. That is what he has said, and we should believe him. The United States is a democracy, and in a democracy, the will of the people prevails. Our administration is working with the incoming administration to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition of power. But what I want to tell you today is that while the United States federal government under Donald Trump may put climate action on the back burner, the work to contain climate change is going to continue in the United States with commitment and passion and belief. As President Biden said in the Rose Garden last week, setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. This is not the end of our fight for a cleaner, safer planet. Facts are still facts. Science is still science. The fight is bigger than one election, one political cycle, in one country. This fight is bigger still, because we are all living through a year defined by the climate crisis in every country of the world. July 22nd was the hottest day in recorded history. The consequences of living on a rapidly warming planet are all around us, and not just in collapsing coral reefs and melting ice sheets. It's had devastating impact on people's lives. This fall, Hurricane Helene and Milton slammed into the southeastern United States, killing hundreds and cutting off power and water in communities for weeks. The worst drought in decades in southern Africa is putting 20 million children at risk of malnutrition and even starvation. Wildfires and drought are ravaging the Amazon and the Pantanal, destroying indigenous communities and burning up an area the size of Switzerland. Catastrophic floods in Spain just 2 weeks ago poured a year's worth of rain in a single day. In Asia, in September, supercharged Typhoon Yagi killed hundreds and caused $16 billion in damages from the Philippines to Myanmar. None of this is a hoax. It is real. It's a matter of life and death. Fortunately, many in our country and around the world are working to prepare the world for this new reality and to mitigate the most catastrophic effects of climate change. From day one, President Biden and Vice President Harris built a climate team to work with partners around the world to build strong, sustainable, equitable economies. We sought to open up finance for developing economies to accelerate their own clean energy transitions. We saw a gap between clean energy supply and anticipated demand and sought to close it. And our global partners know that addressing the climate crisis also bolsters their own national security and global security while creating jobs, new industries, and new opportunities. The United States has been the world's partner in these efforts for 4 years. That remains our mission. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act is unleashing a clean energy boom in America that's boosting innovation and lowering costs for clean energy technology by as much as 25%. That helps speed deployment of clean energy, not just in the U.S., but across the globe, slashing emissions everywhere. As a result, the Rhodium Group found that for every ton of carbon pollution in America, reduced in America because of the IRA, it will drive reductions of up to 2.9 tons outside the United States. The historic investments under President Biden and Vice President Harris have crucially been government-enabled but private sector-led. In total, just since the president took office, American companies have announced more than $450 billion in new clean energy investments. Here at COP29 and moving forward, the private sector must continue to lead, to make new and bigger investments in clean energy technologies, to continue to innovate and build a net zero economy. And we will continue to need subnational actors in the U.S. and globally to lead the way. In the wake of COP22 in Marrakesh and President Trump's decision in 2017 to pull the United States out of the Paris Agreement, the We Are Still In movement was born in the United States. It has now grown into the most expansive coalition ever assembled in support of U.S. climate action, with more than 5,000 states, businesses, local governments, tribal nations, universities, and more. And this year's COP, we expect to see representation for many of these leaders, as well as several states and cities, and a bipartisan group from the U.S. Congress. Because support for clean energy has become bipartisan in the United States. You might not know that by reading the newspapers, but it has. 57% of new clean energy jobs created since the Inflation Reduction Act passed are located in congressional districts represented by Republicans. Those jobs come from over 350 new clean energy projects, totaling $286 billion in investments. Many Republicans, especially governors, know all this activity is a good thing for their districts, states, and for their economies. Governor Henry McMaster of South Carolina, Governor Kevin Stitt in Oklahoma, for example, have welcomed clean energy investments for many years, from the EV supply chain to the solar supply chain. And earlier this year, 18 House Republicans wrote a letter to Speaker Mike Johnson urging him not to repeal the IRA's clean energy tax credits. The letter says a full repeal would create a worst-case scenario where we would have spent billions of taxpayer dollars and received next to nothing in return. It's precisely because the IRA has staying power that I'm confident that the United States will continue to reduce emissions, benefiting our own country and benefiting the world. The economics of clean energy transition have simply taken over. New power generation is going to be clean. The desire to build out next generation nuclear is still there. Farmers and ranchers are reducing emissions and raising their incomes through more efficient and biologic fertilizers, biodigesters, and feed additives. The hyperscalers are still committed to powering the future with clean energy, including safe, reliable nuclear energy. The auto companies are still investing in electrification and hybridization. All those trends are not going to be reversed. Are we facing new headwinds? Absolutely. But will we revert back to the energy system of the 1950s? No way. And we have only one administration at a time. Until late January, President Biden and Vice President Harris will still be in the White House. So we're here at COP29 to continue to work together with our global partners and other parties. The COP is a critical opportunity to cement our progress and keep 1.5 degrees alive, to accelerate progress on reducing all greenhouse gases, and perhaps most notably, to strengthen global cooperation on adaptation and climate finance. We are here to work, and we are committed to a successful outcome at COP29. We can and will make real progress on the backs of our climate-committed states and cities, our innovators, our companies, and our citizens, especially young people who understand more than most that climate change poses an existential threat that we cannot afford to ignore. Failure or apathy is simply not an option. Today is a day across much of the world that we remember those who were willing to pay the ultimate price to build a more peaceful world. In the United States, it's Veterans Day, a day to honor all those who answered our country's highest call to service, to whom we owe not just our eternal gratitude, but truly our freedom. We owe it to them and to all people who care about the future of this planet to make the most of these next 2 weeks and to make sure we have a successful outcome. With that, I'm going to take some questions from the press, and I've got an order to start with. I'm going to start with Sarah Schoenhardt from ED News.
Hi, thank you so much for taking questions. Thank you for addressing us. The U.S. role is arguably diminished at COP this year because of the election. I'm curious, what do you see as the main goal for the U.S. at this COP, and how do you plan to achieve that?
Look, we've been working very hard with the COP presidency and with our colleagues across the world on a range of issues. Tomorrow, we're, for example, co-hosting with China and Azerbaijan a summit on methane and other non-CO2 gases to reduce what is sometimes not as much attention paid to, but fully causes half of of global warming. So we will continue to encourage people to work diligently to come up with a new funding formula through the new cumulative quantified goal. I was here at the pre-COP just a couple of weeks ago. We're continuing those discussions. It needs to be realistic, but we think we can get that done here. We're making progress on finally finishing Article 6 And we're working, I think, on important outcomes that build on the success in the Dubai Consensus, particularly in the area of energy deployment, tripling renewables. That's going to take more effort, including building out battery storage, building out grids, and the outcome document of this COP hopefully will point the world in the right direction on that. So there's still plenty of work to do. Our team is here to make sure that work gets done. Justin Rowlett from BBC.
Oh, yeah, of course, the mic. Thank you, Mr. Podesta. Mr. Podesta, is there an opening for China to take leadership on the climate issue?
Well, look, China is now 30% of global emissions. They're the largest emitter in the world, and they have an obligation. As you know, we've been engaged with them over a long period of time. In my case, that goes back to dialogues that I had with senior levels of the Chinese government in advance of 2014, when President Obama and President Xi announced jointly their nationally determined commitments and gave life to, and I think helped really propel action that led to the Paris Agreement. But as the world's largest emitter, they have an obligation to take account of what occurred in Dubai, to come forward with a 1.5 aligned, all greenhouse gas, economy-wide NDC. And I'm sure they're sending a senior level delegation here. I mentioned the joint summit we're hosting tomorrow on methane. We've been engaged with them on reducing other non-CO2 gases, including industrial nitrous oxide. But it is incumbent, if we're going to keep 1.5 within reach, that they come forward with real reductions against what we believe is an economy that's really already peaked emissions. Whether it's this year, next year, or last year, they're in the mid-2020s, they're peaking. They've already hit their 2030 target for deployment of renewables, which they pledged in 2015, 6 years ahead of schedule. So I think they can be more ambitious, and I think it will send a powerful signal to the world if when they issued their NDC in next year, it is, as I said, 1.5 aligned and shows real reductions from their peak. So they have an important role to play, and I hope that they play it. I'm sorry. Jake Biddle from Grist.
Thank you, Mr. Podesta. On the new collective quantified goal, there are proposals from Canada and Switzerland to enlarge the donor base by including countries with a certain level of GNI or per capita emissions. I'm wondering what the U.S.'s position on those proposals are, and if an expanded donor base is a condition for U.S. support of the goal. Look,
we've felt that an expanded donor base has been long warranted. We've argued that in the run-up to COP. There are capable parties. This is not 1992 in terms of the economic structure of the world. We already see a number of parties who are providing climate finance, including China, and we think it's time to take account of those contributions through their contributions to multilateral development banks and other forms of cooperation, so that both the quantum is serious and people are accountable to make sure, particularly the large emitters, to make sure that developing countries can have the financing they need for both adaptation and mitigation. Laman Zainalova from Trend. Good to see you again.
My question is related to climate financing issue. So climate financing has been a real challenge to achieve. And in this regard, especially, it has been a challenge for least developed countries and also small island countries. Which commitments and improvements do you expect to achieve at COP29 in terms of simplifying the access to financing, especially for those countries, in order to help them to adapt and also to fight climate action?
I think that's an extremely important question, and I think one that the United States has been clearly focused on to make sure that the least developed economies, the small island states, other fragile states have access to climate finance. We spent a lot of time talking about the quantum of what, from $100 billion up, what's the quantum of the support layer of the NCQG, but there's also very important work that needs to be done to improve access to financing, the so-called qualitative elements of the NCQG. And I think that we've been engaged with international financial institutions, including the climate funds, to make sure that they simplify their processes, that they give the assistance that's necessary to make sure that those countries and those economies can access those funds. Often, even in where there's a capacity to have support for the process, the process itself is so encumbered that particularly smaller countries can't access it. So it's something that we think is a critical element of the negotiations, and hopefully in that, as we move to try to frame the final version of the new NCQG, equal attention will be paid on the qualitative elements so that access is for once and for all available across the globe. VJV from The Economist.
Hi, thank you for your comments today. I wanted to ask, in the time you have remaining, what are the most important things that you think you can do to Trump-proof your accomplishments of the Biden administration, and going beyond administrative action as well? Do you think there's a possibility of something like permitting reform, where there is some bipartisan support? Is there any chance in the lame duck, or is that a dead duck?
The Congress is just coming back into town tomorrow. I think it'll be a topic how both sides sort that out. I think there is support and bipartisan support in the Senate for moving forward with permitting reform. Whether the House decides it wants to take it up, I can't speculate standing here today. They've been gone for a while, as you know, for the election break. But I think there are a number of issues. We're fully committed to trying to award and obligate the funds that were available through the Inflation Reduction Act. We have already awarded $98 billion. That's about 88% of the money that's available in the fiscal years available to us. We're committed to moving forward and getting more of that done. We're also one of the, I wear both hats because I still sit and help drive the domestic implementation of the IRA. We have some important tax guidance that needs to be put out, particularly on the carbon, on the technology neutral production and investment tax credits for clean energy production, for clean hydrogen, and a couple of other tax credits. So we're finalizing those rules. And in the meantime, we're also trying to work, as I said, with our state and local partners. As I was walking in to the room, I saw Wade Crowfoot from the state of California, who's here representing the governor. We're working with them to make sure that we're listening to their needs about what they're trying to get done. So we still have plenty of work to do, and we have, I used to know the exact number, but it's around 72 days, I think, to get it done. So my team back in Washington is hard at work ensuring that we solidify the investments that, as I noted, are powering jobs and investment all across the country, north, south, east, west. And we think that is likely to be one of the best protections for the economic incentives that were included in the Inflation Reduction Act. But as I said, I think if you look at this from the private sector's perspective, what are they investing in? Where are they going? Power, transportation, even on the industrial side, where as a result of grants that we've been able to make under the bipartisan infrastructure law, there's a serious level of innovation going on to make green steel, to make great green cement. I don't think that's any of that is reversible. Can it be slowed down? Maybe, but the direction is clear. Companies are moving in that direction, and I think they have a lot of support from states, from cities, from other subnational actors to keep going.
John, we have time for just one more question. It's Valerie.
Okay, Valerie.
Hi. Over here. Thanks. Sure. It's okay. Thanks so much. I just wanted to ask, tomorrow there's a focus on methane. The U.S. has been a leader on global methane action, but without the U.S. at the helm and with companies kind of stepping back with some of their decarbonization goals, where's the accountability going to be? I know there's going to be satellite data coming in, but then where is the accountability for those emissions?
Look, I think when we convene tomorrow, you'll see a number of new commitments are coming forward from countries to reduce particularly methane from the oil and gas sector. We've put in place strong rules to do that, and we will fight to make sure that those rules stay in place to reduce, particularly to reduce methane from the oil and gas sector in the U.S. I think that we're also seeing a lot of interest in trying to work with the United States and with others to reduce waste methane from both landfills and from wastewater. And so I think that is a place where we can move forward together. And as I noted, I think I was in Beijing in early September, and Liu Jiamin, the special envoy for China, was in Washington in the spring. I think our dialogue and technical discussions on reducing all non-CO2 gases has been particularly productive, so that we understand each other's strategies and where really emissions can be reduced at a very low cost per ton of CO2 equivalent. So I feel good about that. I think you'll see, as I said, tomorrow, the World Bank stood up as a result of catalysts from the United States, a fund to help countries particularly decarbonize in their fuel production sectors. So that work is going on across the globe, and I expect that in the United States it'll continue. Most of the companies, most of the large majors have pledged to reduce their emissions. The public will have to hold them to account. We're just in the throes of finalization of our rules on the setting up the system to charge fees to oil and gas producers for excessive methane production. That was a feature of the Inflation Reduction Act. So that's a place where I think we continue to make progress, and we have strong global partnership from Central Asia. I think you'll hear some words from Azerbaijan on this coming tomorrow. So I won't preview that, but except to dangle it. Thanks, Valerie.
Thank you all.
you.